as part of agenda item number 3, such that it is approved, so that we can have the elections conducted, and then the new executive leadership come and conduct the assembly as provided for by the statute. So I hope I've well understood. We are proposing that we have the elections conducted first, and we want to amend the agenda. So who is moving that proposal, that motion?
Thank you, Mr. CEO. I will make the motion.
Please introduce your name.
My name is Chief once again.
Second, who seconded the motion?
My name is Tukavira Rachel. I second the motion.
However, Basil Kenneth, I second the motion.
Thank you. So, with approval of the assembly, we are now going to have the elections conducted, and at this juncture, I would like to invite the electoral committee of FIFA, yeah. You know, we have to move from UBSA to FIFA. So now I was in that stand. So I would like to invite the electoral team from FIFA to come and conduct this part of the assembly. So we will introduce to you what exactly is going to transpire. Thank you.
The first election will be a by-election, and then the second election will be electing the UBSA Executive Committee. Kindly allow me to start by congratulating Ms. Ankara, appointed to be part of the Executive Committee under the guidance have one candidate who has fully met all the conditions to be elected as the delegate to represent UBSA to the FUFA General Assembly, replacing Mr. Mutabazi Deo. It is a by-election to replace and fill up a vacant position. Kindly allow me to introduce Mr. Chiwalabi Joel Katerega as the only nominated candidate, unopposed, and he is duly elected. So I request him to stand up to be recognized. As a representative of the Electoral Committee, I simply announce that you are the delegate that will replace Mr. Mutabazi. Your declaration will be officially communicated by the Electoral Committee Chairman when the next time you have business open on Monday. So congratulations, Mr. Chiwalabi Joel Katerega. We wish you all the very best in serving UBSA to the FUFA General Assembly. The next step of election is electing the Executive Committee. As you all aware, the term of the previous Executive Committee expired in 2025. That's why we have to conduct this business so that we get a new Executive Committee to run UBSA's business until 2029. This election can only be contested by the delegates to the FUFA General Assembly. And because of that, we only have one candidate who has able to be nominated by yourselves. Kindly allow my assistant to read out his name. Ladies and gentlemen, the only candidate who has ever been proposed and nominated by yourselves is Mr. Mutabazi Deo. Kindly congratulate him. According to the FUFA electoral guidelines, Mr. Mutabazi Deo is elected in a process called voting by list. Voting by list means that Mr. Mutabazi Deo, when he is elected, he is able to present the members that he is going to serve with. Please allow me to read the vice chairperson, and then he will present the rest of the members to you. Mr. Deo Mutabazi is duly elected as the chairman of the Uganda Beach Soccer Association for the term 2025 to 2029. As I mentioned earlier, I am simply here to announce the official declaration by the Electoral Committee will be done on Monday. The Vice Chairman is Mr. Seguya Peter. And then the second Vice Chairperson is Kabasini Annette. All that said and done, kindly allow Mr. Mutabazi Deo to come and stand behind this banner with his members to take a photo for accountability. Workers, Mr. Mukasa Bernard, Mr. Mary Ali, Mr. Kamala Joseph, Mr. Kalanzi Didio, Mr. Shimbu Hillary, Mr. Kalema Steven, Mr. Kato Adam Juma, Namteli Betty, Nakamwa Jidori, and Mr. Muchibi Semogere Jamil. We congratulate Mr. Mpalazideo and we would like let's kindly stand up and clap for him by acclamation to confirm that he is the new chairman and he takes the seat to proceed with the business. Let's welcome Mr. Mpalazideo to take over the seat and run the rest of the business of the assembly. We thank you very much.
Thank you so much. The Afufa Electoral Commission, returning officer, Mr. Ben Mwesigwa, and dear delegates of Uganda Beach Soccer Association, I want to take this opportunity to first of all thank you for giving me and my team another mandate to steer the great game of beach soccer in this country, because we do have unfinished business, as we promised you that we must become #1 beach soccer nation in Africa. It is still our mandate to jointly work together to promote the game of beach soccer and to fulfill our objectives of becoming #1 nation in Africa in beach soccer. These elections, as you have been told, brings us into the office. The process started last year with the election of the UBSA representative to the Federal Assembly, and I want to announce to you the person that was elected with as UBSA delegates in the Federal Assembly, Mr. Tomaski Anthony. He's the one I'm dealing with as UBSA representative. Yes, and he's the founder member of the association. So I wanted this opportunity to thank the incoming, the delegate of UBSA to the Fajin Assembly, Mr. Chuala Katerina John. The gentleman you see has come a long way with this game. He's one of the founding members and one of the funders and financiers of this association. So we want to thank you, Joel, for the resilience and the passion you invested in the game of beach soccer. But if I make my speech, allow me to make a few recognitions, because we know all of you. They allow me once again introduce to you our General Secretary, every General Secretary, Mr. Sembia Dennis, that has been steering this association since we began. Sembia Dennis is a senior advocate and has been greatly one of the founders of this association and also serving as the General Secretary. My senior, Hilary Chimbuwe on my left, you can see that he's busy now with one thing to look aside. He has been rightly supporting the documentation and is also one of the founders of this great sport, having steered it for these years. But most importantly, I want to introduce to you my vice chairperson. You know, when he's around, you don't think that he's one of the leaders. Mr. Sylvia Peter. When we are in the field playing, he forgets that he's the first chairman. You find him quarreling with this cheating us, you people UBSA, and you ask him who is UBSA. He forgets that he's the one who is what? But he's passionate and he wants to win every day. So, Mr. Sylvia, thank you so much for giving this name time and giving it all your effort. But also I want to also introduce to you and appreciate our member, Buganda local beach soccer club, Mr. Mukasa Bernard. Now, most of our AGMs now they have become Buganda AGMs because the venue has remained permanent. It is because of the working relationship we have with Mr. Bernard Mukasa, who has been a very, very serious person in the steering of competitions as the head of competitions. All of you, we have been together and moved this journey together. I cannot take it for granted. But allow me to introduce you one of our players that have transited from playing into management, Mr. Nika Biaranga. Nika Biaranga is one of our great players. He led the Sun Queens in many battles. Unfortunately, he retired from bringing us a trophy for Africa. But we have entrusted him now to bring it as the coach. He's the head coach of the Uganda Sun Queens. As you are aware, the president, Engineer Moses Magogo, have given the Sun Queens another opportunity to play in the African qualifier this year. And the team have been registered to participate. So very soon Rika is going to be busy. We need to move on. Yatoa chikopo ngabuzani, twagala chimo banyangachi, nga coach, elibanja tulumulekete. So I want to thank everyone here in all your capacities for supporting beach soccer and giving it the visibility and the brand to become one of the competing sport within the FA members. As you are aware, UBSA, we take the issue of governance with high priority, and it is no wonder that when FIFA started the awards for awarding the best member of FIFA in governance and activities, UBSA won the first award as the best well-governed member of FIFA. It's not by mistake or by luck, but we do our activities as a team. No individuality in beach soccer. We team up and everyone performs his best. So I want to thank you all for turning up, and I accept to lead you for these 4 years. And I also want you to begin the journey of planning, because my retirement is getting nearer. I've led this association for some good time. Now I am sure we have able members here that can transit the leadership of UBSA, even when I've gone back to Kigezi to retire in my ancestral home. So I'm not worried at all. I have a very wonderful team of members, men and women, who can transit and take this great association forward. So once again, I want to thank you, UBSA delegates, for having one voice in choosing leadership, and for also ably rewarding Mr. Joel Chuarabe to go a step higher to the Fajen Assembly for his enormous contribution to this sport. I thank you so much. May God bless you all. So on the agenda, we have the activity report. I want to request my brother who is on the machine, Westman, to go on this laptop on the table. There is an item called UBSA General Assembly new. You project it for us, UBSA General Assembly new, and then you project it for us. We move forward with the activity report. In the meantime, since the Electoral Commission named the executive of UBSA, allow me in my capacity also be able to read my executive committee once again for purposes of records and for purposes of everyone here. The UBSA executive that I'm going to chair has the first vice chairperson, Mr. Seguya Peter, from St. Lawrence Beach Soccer Club. Second vice chairman is Madame Kawasindi Annette, who is the sports tutor of Kampala International University. I have members here, both men and women. Mr. Mukasa Bernard, sports tutor, Buganda Royal Institute, and the chairman, Buganda Royal Beach Soccer Club. We have our long-serving member, Mr. Ali Mwere, who is currently the FIFA consultant for Eastern Central Africa, as one of the members of the UBSA executive. Ali Mwere is one of the founder members. He's on the way coming. We'll join us shortly. Then we have Mr. Tamare Joseph from the Uganda schools as a member of the executive committee. Mr. Karaz Gideon from Mutola Beach Soccer Club is also on the way. And then we have Mr. Kim Gwejirare from Mubus Beach Soccer Club and one of the founding members of Beach Soccer Association. Then Mr. Karema Stephen Butumanye Nyonga America Wayao from Grace Church, and is also part of the member, and he has been the finance chairperson of Uganda Beach Soccer Association. Then the longest serving member of executive, Mr. Kato Adam Juma from Mubus Beach Soccer Club, is also returned and unopposed. Is in the institution member of UBSA, and is also leading one of the great sport called football. Is the general secretary and is also a motocross person. He lives in lacrosse. He's a sportsman and all-rounder, so he comes back with enormous experience. Then we have Mr. Muchiri Semode Jabiri, Msaja wa Kabaka. Uweru na mkono wangu kubanga mfumbe toke wa mgave. Nete muroza tumurese kubanga mkodomi. Aze kubanga avamu machi de sawa gabo Beach Soccer Club. Seba club ko. Neche naku yesibawo Urabe Kampala, Kubambe yanga na ina flaga y'ekibiina kiri ekisinga amaanyi mu ggwanga naye ne bamubaka lunaako ekifaananyi enywera naye ajja kudda bulungi. Then we brought in the new faces to balance the gender and also strengthen the women beach soccer department. We bring in Madam Namtebi Betty. She comes on board to supplement the women arm of the association. And then another special person who has been our player from playing, coaching and management, beach soccer. That is Dorothy Nakanwaj. She also comes on board as an executive committee member, and he represents beach soccer on the Uganda Women Beach, on the Uganda Women Football Association Executive Committee. So we keep two birds with one stone. Beach Soccer Women Football Association. So members, as you are aware that I was chosen by the so-called president, Engineer Moses Magogo, to serve with him on his executive. I will be putting much of our energy in pushing the executive committee of FIFA, but also to lobby for this game. Bulijjo twakaabanga nga gye basalira ku mmeeza tewali muntu kati ku mmeeza nse okubiri baleka keeki nga tebanagitematema nentunulayo nembuza eyabiisokerwa so mwebale kuyiga nakunsindikayo naye bakakasa betuloze bwetuzitu bya UBSA ate mulina okukola n'amaanyi kubanga my attention is now divided. Serving the national interests as an executive committee member, you have seen the whole of this month have been traversing the entire country, representing the former president in meeting all the DFAs in the 8 regions. So implying there is going to be a bit of some weakness in beach soccer. But I'm sure I have a vice chairperson who will need support and the able general secretary to move forward. Beach soccer should remain the leader within the members and shining stars who are to move forward. I also want to introduce to you our Vice General Secretary, the person that moves the ship when Council Serbia is in the court battling the cases in the court and running across the world. So bring the beer and everything. We have the able, one of the leading members of UBSA and the founding, one of the founding members, by the way, Madam Sarah Vilonji. Events recommended Council Serbia to move beach soccer secretariat. But also Serbia will be going forward, working with his team to move the game. But finally, allow me to introduce to you one special person here, whom we have worked with the journey together for years, and whom we think whom most of you may not know, but he has been part of the game. Sending him to Mombasa, sending him to Malindi, to open up big soccer branches in East Africa. Whenever we send him, we will give him roasted sweet potato to eat on the way. We don't have money, give him package some bread in Uvera, but he moves and launches the game across the region. Mr. Katabila David Davis is one of our seniors that undertook the referee department of the game and kept produced several key stars in the game of refereeing, Ivan by the International, and so many that are in the refereeing department. So I want to thank you and really continue to appreciate your closeness to the game and serving it. So may I now take you to the activity report. As you are aware, the activity report is a big show that I'm going to present. And why? Because I'm working in the office. The office has been with the new secretary, but they have shown me what they have been able to cover, which I want to take you through. But before I read mine, allow me to invite Mr. Baige, if he's ready, Mr. Baige, Ivan, to give us the competitions, big soccer in schools, and now been able to open up partnerships and MOUs with Uganda Secondary School Sports Association in diversifying the game to the whole country and opening up the corridor of big soccer in schools, because that's why we thought it is where the future of this game lies. And the Baige have been brought to board by UBSA to lead the big soccer arm within the UBSA. So take us forward and we move forward with the activity report. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman, I'm also preparing, like I've started noticing that people are stepping up and they leave spaces in between. I want to be like to whatever one day, one time. Okay. It's a pleasure for me to take you through. Mr. Chairman, I've already put it. I have joined the UBSA, that is the Uganda Secondary School Sports Association, and a lot is being done, the development of big soccer. Here is a brief report of one of the activities. We basically have 3 activities at the UBSA, and one of them is the capacity building for big soccer, both referees and coaches. But I will start with the last event that we held, and this was the World Games 2. It will be a very brief report. These games were held in Gulu a few weeks back, and we had both boys and girls teams. We had, at the beginning of the tournament, before the competition, we had 10 teams, but by the end, at the start of the competition, we were left with two teams went out, and we had a total of 8 teams. For the boys' side, as an executive summary, we had 26 games played. Out of the 26 games played, we had a total of 261 goals scored, 9 own goals, 22 yellow cards, and there was no yellow card throughout the tournament. We had 8 teams, and these teams were grouped into 2 groups, and they played a round robin, where the best 2 teams qualified for the next stages from each group, and the other 2 teams went for the qualification stages. For the girls, we had 3 teams, and they played a home and away basis, and the champion by points was declared the winner. The winner of the boys was Mukono Kings, and on the side of the girls was Cerro? No. It was Standard High School. The main objective of these competitions are here. It is to provide secondary school students with organized beach soccer competitions, and actually with the leadership of Tony, well, that side we are trying to do it, to identify and develop talented footballers. And as I speak, from the last, we have held 3 tournaments and we have identified very good players, and it is good to mention that the top scorer of the last season league was a boy from Teso College. It is to promote teamwork, discipline, and to expose schools to competitive football across different regions, which was done successfully. To recognize outstanding players, which was done at the tournament, and to promote beach soccer competitiveness as a sport. And this was the competition format that I talked about. We had 8 teams which played in 2 groups of 4 on a single robin. The 2 top teams from each group went for the semi-final, and the classification from 5th to 8th, which means all the teams at this point played equal number of games and were classified from position 1 to position 8. For the girls, as it is here, we had 3 teams that played a home and away, each team playing 4 games, and the champion was declared by highest number of points. This is the total standing as at that point. Standard High leading the group, Crown City coming number 2, Mayanja City number 3, and Chigezi number 4. Same on the other side, Mukono Kings leading with 9 points, Ntare High coming number 2 with 6, and Pari coming number 3 with 3 points, and Shoroza coming number 4. We had a total of 117 goals scored in the 12 matches at this stage. We had 8 yellow cards and no red cards. It is a high level of discipline at this level. And the highest goals in the match was the one of Chigezi High School with 8-7 against Mayanja with 15 goals scored. These are the results from the knockout stages as a classification, while the other 4 teams, 2 from each group, are going for the semi-finals, where we identify the number 1 to number 4. We come down just like it is done elsewhere, the World Cup at the Africa Cup of Nations. We do the classifications in that we have all teams having a similar number of matches. And this is the knockout stage. Here, this is the semi-final, 1, 2, 3rd place, and we are having the final game by Mukono Kings 10-4. It was a very big margin. 4th and 5th place, 7 and 4. At this stage, we had 86 goals scored. We have the largest margin was 9. These are statistics that are detailed in the final report that we shall receive. I'm trying to be as fast as possible because I know Mr. Chairman has a lot on the activity report. And this was the classification after the play. These are the 2. As I speak right now, we have Standard High, not here. We have Standard High as the leading team in Big Soccer. When you go generally, it is the leading team. Actually, Standard High can even compete in the league. These 2 teams, they can compete in our national league and relegate some teams. But here, Mukono emerged the best. We had Standard High number 2, Centralis number 3, Ntare number 4, 5 was Mayanja Seed. This is how far the game has gone. We have Mukono, we have Kampala, we now have the Western, Chigezi, that is Chigezi. That is how far our game has gone as an objective when it comes to the schools. 20 matches played in total, 209 goals scored. The statisticians can help us tell us what this one really means. Being new here, you know what it means really. The highest at the final was 10-4. This was a very interesting game because we had the semi-final being played where a lot of energy had to be used by Standard High to come in and take the trophy. Top scorers now here. A very young boy from Chigezi High School scored 21 goals. Second was Prince with the 12. Standard High, a player, Pastori, had 10, and that is how it is up to number 7. But if I can talk about Ahereza, he was a very perfect player. Very good player. Just like we identified the boy who was top scorer from Testo College, he is one of the most promising players right now. For the coaches, you know what means his short shot is not this. And with us here, we see our objective, what we talked about, getting successful. So the best goalkeeper, top scorer is there from Chigezi and Boswata as most valuable player. Yeah, that is the team, by our technical team. You know, when we are that side, we are very serious, very serious, very serious. So we are able to come up with this team. This was the best 5. The goalkeeper Swata from Mukono. We have Pastor Jeremiah from Ontare. We have Loma Sati from Mukono. We have Mchunguzi, and we have Ahereza. This team was put on pitch, these 5 players, and tested in the league. These boys can compete. What only is missing that will be addressed later is the technical aspect of the game, and this is what we are going to embark on very seriously in schools. So the coaches and the referees should get ready across the administration led by Mr. Chairman. And this was the results from the girls. Like I told you, we had 3 teams. The number was, each team played 4 games. And this was the final standing. And surprisingly, what I have not talked about, that all the 3 teams that were here have now qualified for FIASA. And the 3 teams are going. 3 teams from the boys. FIASA is schools for East Africa. And actually they have departed today as I speak. The 3 teams girls here have qualified, and the 3 teams from the boys have as well qualified. These are the top scorers. Asenzo from Standard High. And these are the ones, the best goalkeeper from Sacred Heart. Sacred Heart was playing with soccer for the first time. And as I speak, we have that side of Gulu have picked very high interest. And Mr. Chairman, as I speak, we left a fully furnished pitch in Gulu, and they intend to start the league come next season. These are the observations taken in always place on when you see how serious I did your job. There was a high rate of scoring in the competition, as we have seen the number of goals. We saw the defending players, we had 9 open goals. The discipline was really perfect, where we completed the tournament minus a red card and only 22 yellow cards, as you have seen. And finally, this is it. Competition for boys. We had 20 matches, 209 goals scored, only 8 own goals, 19 yellow cards, 0 red cards, an average of 10.45 goals scored per match. The girls will have 6 games, 52 goals, 1 own goal, 3 yellow cards, no red cards, still 8.56 scored. And the total is 26, 261, 9 own goals, 22 yellow cards, 0, and an average goal scoring rate of 10.4 per match. This is really very good. And in conclusion, the ball games 2026 delivered an entertaining, high scoring. For the school competition, where we had Mukono Kings emerging number 1, and if I can't speak, people have picked, the schools have picked very much interest in the soccer members. It is really very interesting that they have picked. We shall be sharing our next work plan for the school. I just felt like I should talk about this as well. I don't know, Mr. Chairman, should I continue with the referee or I could proceed with the referee? As a referee, she drew Ivan by day. Mr. Kampala, how many years do you think I'm left to win? This year. Should we try? 20? Okay, thank you. I'll be easy. Anyway, this is it. In terms of refereeing, we are trying our best. Apparently, I am trying to lead. We have Mr. Ali Mebe, who is very busy of recent, but I always come to step in as a senior referee with my colleague, Senator Muhammad. We are, as it gets tonight, we are trying it, and this is what we have been able to do. Apparently, we have 4 international referees, including myself. We have Senator Muhammad, who is referee number 2, and we have Kawaba Basilio Kennedy, he's just right here, and we have Mengo Joel, who has not been able to be with us today due to some issues. To start with, we have, I did not put it here, we have 172 qualified referees of beach soccer. 172 FIFA trained. We have 172 referees. But we have taken a strategy after genuinely realizing that we need to do something to see how best we can work with referees, because out of the 172, we have about 6 or 8 who are active. So this is what we have tried to do. We have brought it back on the drawing board, and we have decided to do internal trainings, and out of the internal trainings we have been able to identify some referees, and as I speak right now we have 6 active national referees, and we have another group of 6 girls active referees, and we have 3 active referees from the capacity building. The capacity building, these are referees that we are getting from the partnership that we have from the schools. We have partnered with UBSA to train, whereby UBSA in collaboration with FUFA sends instructors to the schools, to the UBSA programs, and they train referees and coaches. And it is mandatory that for the UBSA games, there must be capacity building referees alongside our national referees. As I speak right now, today we have a national referee who has left for the Fiesta games, and that is Wamana Edwin, and a capacity building referee in the names of Abiko Breda. We have a very promising referee whom we have identified from the capacity building side. From Standard High, USSA is very happy about this, and we as UBSA and referee, we are really very happy about this girl. She's very promising. For those who have seen this lady, we pray she continues like that. She's replacing my sister Rachel here. And these are the strategies that we are using. I have taken up as mandated to me by the creative and chairman. We are doing online sessions with the referees. We identify times by where referees have time. We have a schedule and we do online sessions to the starters, to ask ourselves, to ask ourselves in that we can perceive the new rules of the game. You know, beach soccer laws of the game are changing day by day. But as I speak right now, as the referees, at least we have had all these sessions. We are lucky that we get the FIFA content and we have done the sessions. The other teams, you know, I think the teams that are here have noted that we are always the first set. It is very rare for the referees to come late. We are doing it. It is our strategy that we always go to the pitch early, and we get there and do some sessions. We do sessions before the team comes. These are the practical formats that we are trying to use to see that we develop our refereeing area. The partnership with USSA is being very important to us. Same applies to USSA, where they train over 100, but at least a few come up. We have 3 who are very active, apparently 2 girls, one from Standard High, another from Okono Kings, and the boys from Standard High as well. The boys from Central is, sorry, Lord, thank you for the clarity, Commander. As I in refereeing, we are also expecting, we have a fitness test, FIFA fitness test among our activities. We have a fitness test that is coming on the 31st of August this month. It is a FIFA. It will be at the FIFA Technical Center in Njeru. And we are also expecting a course, a FIFA MA course, around November. Mr. Chairman will confirm that to us. I pray to submit, and they can maybe come in, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ivan Waige. Another round of applause to Ivan. Next, let's project also the activity report on competitions, the Premier League, the beach soccer, the FIFA Beach Soccer League, and the Mheshimiwa Sarah Birungi is around to take us through the beach soccer, FIFA Beach Soccer League. We started that league in 2010. It has been running without missing. Even during the COVID time, we played using masks, but we were able to play beach soccer, so we never missed the competition. So Sarah, please take it forward.
Thank you so much, Chairman. My name is Sarah, and I'm presenting a report on behalf of Mr. Kasabena, who is our head of competitions committee in soccer. I'll go through it because it's big. I'll just highlight the activities we had this season and what transpired throughout the season. So on the executive summary, we had a very successful league that ended in June 2026, marking an important step in the development and promotion of the game in Uganda. We hosted our games in different venues. We had the Bongo Gardens Beach Soccer Arena. Some of the games were played in Bunyapo Beach Soccer Arena. So people who have been active in this game, this period, you're aware of those features, you're familiar with the features. In the overall, the 2025-2026 season was a successful milestone and provided the opportunity for players to grow their skills and also commercialize our league in the social media platforms. Since the beginning of this soccer, we have had 18 league titles, and the first one that won the league was Club Tika in 2009. We have been playing this soccer since 2009 up to now. However, in 2020, the league was cancelled due to COVID. We all saw that. And we have had different champions. And in our summary, we find that Central's Beachwear Club has had 6 titles, 6 league titles, and the most the club that has won most of these leagues. We have Mooks that has won it twice. And we also have Kampala City Beach Soccer Club, not new in the game, but has won it twice. And members, let me update you. Every season, we begin our season in July. So every start of the season, we send out letters to the club, express interest. And 2025-2026 season, we had 8 clubs that participated in our league, that showed interest participating in our league. Therefore, I congratulate all these clubs, the 8 clubs that managed to participate in our league this season. Kampala City Beachwear Club, Uganda Beachwear Club, Mooks Beachwear Club.
Once for mesa.
Grace Church Beachwear Club, UBSA Beachwear Club, Mengo Hill Beachwear Club, St. Lawrence Beachwear Club, and Victoria Beachwear Club. Members, please, let's clap for our 8 clubs that participated in this league. Thank you so much for your commitment and interest in the game of beach soccer. Of course, the league can't go on without the match officials. And as Ivan mentioned, we have so many match officials, but this season we had 11 that officiated our games. Please, if you're here, stand up for recognition. Chief Ivan Baige, Kawaga, Medi, those are not sure, please also stand up. Thank you for officiating our game this season. The game can't go on without the match officials, so we appreciate so much. These are the league fixtures. The league started on 26th October 2025. Members, we are going to share this report for your review, as I'm just going through it very fast. And here, the table standings. You see that the competition first round was different from the competition second round. First round, we had more stopping the table standing. Kampala City, St. Lawrence, Mutora, Uganda Mengo Hill, UBSA University, and West Church. And in the second round, things turned, and we had the Kampala City Beachwear Club topping the group, St. Lawrence, Mooks, Mutora Beach Soccer, Uganda Mengo Hill, UBSA, and West Church. So the competition was very competitive, as shown in this frame. And the goals scored, we had 393 goals scored this season. And Edel Godfrey from Kampala emerged the top scorer of the league with 22 goals. So I also highlighted some of the goals of the players that scored the most goals this season, which totaled to 393 goals, as in my report. The club performance this season, we had Kampala City scoring most of the goals and obtaining the biggest points. It scored 81 goals and obtained 3 points in this season. Therefore, altogether we had 393 goals, and the points accumulated by all the 8 clubs, they were 156 points. The league playoffs, this marks now the end of our season. Every season, you never know, this season we might bring a new format, but last season, this is how we climaxed our season. We had a playoffs of 4 teams: Kampala City, Mutora, St. Lawrence, University. And the Kampala City emerged the champion after playing a mini tournament on the 13th of June 2026 at Kasanje Bisoka Arena. And here are some of the photos of Kampala City Soccer celebrating. It scored 5 goals to 2 in the final between Kampala City and St. Lawrence. The winner gets 5 million shillings. We also had individual awards. We had Omeda Rogers being the best goalkeeper, Edel Godfrey the top scorer with 22 goals.
playing maybe to be developed, but I'm not concerned about the playing. It should not develop to the level it should be playing.
Okay. Adam.
esaze network eriku 1 kb.
Microphone.
All right. Yes, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Chair, and the members present. I'll not divert a lot from what my colleague on the left has presented, because it was a gossip idea of what we need to bring up to the game. I have one issue which I think we need to be very sensitive about. We are so much focusing on bringing people to the game, but we're not talking about the element of keeping people in the game, because people leave and we need them. I'll give an example of Mr. Justice. We are talking about very nice things he's doing, but what is beach soccer taking back to him? I don't know. We started the league in 2009. Next year we are becoming adults. Next year we are making 18 years. Basically, you're sending your son away from the house to go and start up a life. I don't know if it's in the rules. Can we introduce a component of honorary members? Can we look at people who have changed the game, and at each AGM, even if it's an award, the president or the chairman recognizes them? Because I believe a letter is okay, but what do we leave with that person? Maybe in society, someone recognizing him that he's a honorary member of beach soccer for what he did would be something unique. Because I think Mr. Justice has really put the game at a different level. It going to schools, and us now noticing players like Edouard coming from there to now, I think it's something unique we need to also look at. So I raise my issue to this AGM, if we can pick a component of identifying people to stay in the game as well as recognizing them. Thank you.
So I think there is a new idea brought by Rika for this AGM to look for come up with a system to recognize our people, our members that have contributed a lot. So I think, do we need to ask this house to approve it? Unanimously, I think. Unanimously, we take it on. I think it is a wonderful idea. If you don't appreciate someone, really, or demotivating. So thank you, Rika, for the wonderful observation. And that's it. The matters that you have raised this year, we shall have a FIFA MA course for beach soccer refereeing in November. That's the code. We applied for us those two coaching and refereeing. They will be done concurrently. MA courses, and we request of the stakeholders to nominate local useful participants into these courses, not nominating people that come for purposes of getting the course materials and going back, not completing the game. So these courses are there. Going forward, Mr. Mashudi will be updating us on the
tusomere tena walimu Madam Bakari Aisha Madam Aisha uwe mzinga kuno asemana mchara tukamingana kwa sana.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Also, Secretary Amendments. To me, I'm seeing some teachers there. I hope, I wish we could have our own structures. I believe there is future in big soccer. Money will come. Thank you.
Bw'obeera n'omukyala wati ewaka ogamba gomiti ejja kutambula n'omukyala atisanga mulayi tugenda kubaawo tutya naawe ogwamu amaanyi ng'omwami obalatuwa essuubi Madam Aisha. Issues that have been raised, do they need replies? All these are affirmation that we need to work hard, not so. We need to work hard. And as I have earlier promised you that this time is Kisanya Hakuna Kulala. Abasajja obora babona oyogora bakumashini arimi kubanga yatuseda mu rugoro nayagambye nsooka kukola ki beach soccer kyengambe the team is prepared. Buli omwali prepared okukola nti atambuza ensonga za beach okugenda mu maaso. So the media team on camera, we want to thank you for, and also to inform you that we have been live on FATV since we began. Our AGM is being streamed live by the FATV. So you can find us for FATV on the channel DSTV, channel 381. That's why we are on DSTV. On the other channel, I don't know which one is that, but we are on both. So we've been live. We thank the management of FATV, Farizo Musenze and the team. Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity to be live as we discuss matters of big soccer. Now, the budget in place. I want members to move the motion for approval of the budget so that you allow Mr. Sembia and team have the basis for expenditure in the new season. Because if you don't approve this budget, then there will be no mandate for working by the team in the office. So more of the budget, UBSA budget 2026-27. Mr. Sefuma, Aurora.
Thank you, Chairman. Sefuma Timothy, my name. I'm here to move a motion for the approval of the Uganda Beach Soccer Association budget season 26-27.
It has not, you know, not much. Now I need the seconders of the motion. We have the motion in place. Yes, Mr. Simogere Jamil Muchiri.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm here to second the motion.
Thank you. Another second.
I also second the motion.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Now we have the budget. On this note, members, we are remaining with how many items on the agenda? There are about 3. I have been requested by the FIFA representative who is about to reach here because he has to present. He has requested that I will break off for lunch. He's getting closer. Then we shall resume immediately after lunch to finish the other 2-3 items remaining, and then we finish our day. So on this note, allow me to employ a break off, adjourn the AGM for 1 hour, for 30 minutes. We have our lunch, and then we'll return immediately to conclude with the remaining business of the day. Thank you so much. Someone pray for me, the one who is
Ladies and gentlemen, let us humble ourselves for prayer. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this family. We thank you that we have ushered in a new executive UBSA to promote and continue implementing what is good for big soccer in this country. As we go to take our meal, may it nourish our bodies, give us the strength, the power to continue supporting and praising with strength the game of big soccer. I pray this through Jesus Christ our Lord.
It's time for lunch. We shall be having the group photo as well with the guests from Kampala. Yeah. After, as well as the finance director will make provision for a transport refund. Yeah.
Namukateekawo finance kasakibanga mubaluwa mwekiri kasakibanga mwekiri oba olina okuddayo East Africa abagenda okuzanya agereyo sitinga
nemuterako ekipiira nemufuna awantu nemuyiwawo omusenzi
anti kati awo okumpi abakasange kati amwina kunoonya awo ate singa abakkiriza Makerere nekibeera nga weekiri nekibeererawo ddala nekibeererawo ddala kibeerawo ddala kyeyanjagala soke tukole nze tukole ebyo wali emabega ompadde ki naawe ogirina byojagala nina byojagala sawundi nzijemu ngenda mutuuzaako jambo omuyawendi byesi byenaweereza futekinda bakozesezzeyo gundi mwerayiti nagamba kino kyokukusa gwomanyi sijja mumukamera
Yeah, you're out. Okay? It's okay. Thank you. What's then
I want first to look at the news delegates who are here many times today's AGM and come in big numbers. First of all, this is a very big new era for the game. As we have had, we started a new chapter, given a mandate for 4 years, and now the judges will invite you to fight for the game of people and to us a little bit, and also make it bigger, be able to go for expanded resources, and also make it more global. So the new leadership that have been given to our way has been working with a very big vision to transform the game, take it to the entire country, and make sure that we have those structures that are going to sustainably make soccer done. Not that one fast, always supporting the game, always being there for the soccer, and most especially complementing and supporting the national team, we have one which is our flagship product. So within this AGM, we committed as we created that we need to run our support. Whatever it takes, we must make sure that we need the right run and entertain as it usually is, so that we'll be able to generate sizable numbers of followers as well as so I think just in this mandate, our duty number one is to implement the President's manifesto as well as running and building our strategic plan based on the FIFA technical master plan, in which beach and football are part of the components. The tactical techniques direct, be able to grow players, following the player development pathways, and be able to become a strong national team. The same ways must fit within the FIFA vision of becoming the number one football nation, and also by becoming number one, our national team should be able to compete with the big boys of Africa and be able to bring honors and awards to this country. So we shall not delay away from that. The master print of what people want to do in particular master plan is the real technical plan that we shall use. And already we are going into schools soccer competitions. We are there to go to the first leaders. Grassroots and like big football. We are two schools big soccer. I want to thank the partnership with the Uganda Schools Sports Associations including the fourth pillar, where our group on board our former soccer players, management, governance and positions, also support soccer players. In the course of the new ground,
Like I survive. Bye.
kati bali emmere obedda wireless
But
ab'ebitiibwa mukulikeeyo ku kasozi n'alya siwo akasozi n'alya si kasozi kakusaaga mukawuliddemu legacy ye General Secretary ne team ye nze temunneebaza. Let's back to our business of the day. We somehow broke off for lunch. We are back in the same meeting, AGM. Now we go back to the usual programming. Allow make a recognition of the people that have joined us. We are joined by our very own FIFA Regional Technical Consultant for Africa, responsible for 12 member associations in East and West Africa, Mr. Ali Mwewe. Mr. Ali Mwewe is your very own Beach Soccer Association and an executive committee member. We welcome him here in this meeting, and he has always given us time and planning for the game. We are going to have in November. From where he sits, he robbed for us for those 2 courses. So we are strategically positioned even at the global stage. So now is in the right direction. Also, I'm taking the opportunity to introduce to you our chief guest, Representative Engineer Moses Magogo, in this AGM. He normally introduces as well, but he's a Sarongo. Mr. Ronnie Karima is the executive committee member and is the executive in charge of football development. So all out entirely from domain and the implementation of the master plan, which also talked about here, is what is within his domain. So we have a very good team here that presses the game or game strategically positioned. I forgot to introduce to you is Msaja wa Kabaka Munyuka tu Munyuka Nakawa Mofesefuma niye waro wano ate munafenye mu beach soccer. So allow me give opportunity to our guests to speak to you, starting with the FIFA Regional Technical Consultant for Africa, Mr. Ali Mwewe. Then thereafter, we shall know what is next after his remarks. So, give him the microphone. I think for him, he has no problem with the red color. Is not allergic to it. So, may we please.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Because I know it's one of the colors in the national flag. And so our guest of honor, the FIFA EXCO member and the Executive Secretary of Football Development, the chairman of Uganda Beach Soccer Association, and the entire Executive Committee, the delegates of this assembly, ladies and gentlemen, plus members of the fourth estate. I'm so happy to join the community again on this important General Assembly. It found me around Kampala, so I chose when the chairman notified me that the assembly is happening to say I should be in this historical community where we started long time back. I've had deliberations. When I came in, it was finances being discussed. One of the boring topics in the General Assembly is finances. For them, those people, they enjoy showing you numbers. Some people want to see cash. You know, we don't want to see papers and numbers and your terms. But the reaction after touched me also. And I will speak as an old member of this family. There was, I think Rika spoke about the years where this game has come from. 2009 until now. Beach soccer has survived in the country. Of course, under FUFA support and UBSA. But again, it brings me to a point of mentioning transition. The periods are transitioning. By then, it's now. Most of you were here. He was a player. And I think we have so many who were playing. I see a lot of players who were playing by then. But today, you are the people responsible for the continuity of this organization. You played, now you are in the boardroom. You are the one to lead, to ensure that younger people there, men and women, continue to enjoy the game for so many years to come. Sometimes I attend events with chairman here, but he will tell you, no, I want to see these young people running the event. I want to be in the background because he's preparing you. The game has to continue 50 years, like you say. Then we ask ourselves, figures are mentioned, money is needed. Of course, there is funding coming from the federation into the game. For instance, if you hear that the Sandy Cranes is taking part in any activity sanctioned by CAF, FIFA, SACAFA, just know that there is huge sums of money involved there. Actually, maybe CAF has not issued the qualifier dates. I saw a post by communication department about 8 camps. Beach soccer also should be the 9th camp because you play qualifiers. So when you see the national team participating in a game, that is huge sums of the money. I think it even doubles that budget, the operational budget of the association. Because you get a game where you travel to Egypt, even traveling to Mozambique to play game. Those are air tickets, hotels. I remember the last qualifier, the team went to Comoros. You know, connection through Nairobi and so many others. The team used to go to South Africa, Durban. That's a lot of money. So just know that the game is moving, there is opportunity. But now let's go down. Rika asked a question, what can we do? What initiatives will bring in operational funds? Maybe FUFA may not give all operational funds to run because FUFA has 30 beach soccer and other 33 associations to take care of, clubs and associations. So self-sustenance comes in this era. What initiative are you sitting down as, you know, a think tank on the finance and self-sustainability of the association going forward? Sport is a game of numbers. When you go to the sponsor, will say how many people are attending your event. And you have a flagship event like the league. That league previously used to be sponsored by Pepsi. proudly sponsored by Pepsi by then, injecting in money, clubs used to play, and the sponsor was there. Pepsi is still there, and so many other companies are still there. But right now things are tight, so we need to have again a tight group of amongst you who are thinking, how can we entice the sponsor to come back? Numbers. Which initiative can we use to ensure that we have some crowds wherever we are playing? I used to challenge Ivan and say, and even chairman, we are playing in Kasanje there. But the local communities even are aware that because all the teams are crossing the lake or are coming from this side and they go to Kasanje to play games. Have we thought of an initiative of grabbing a 4th division football team in Kasanje, interested with beach soccer, and sometimes they have following because they are local boys. There is a landing site there. Are we ever interested, boys at a landing site, to make a 5-a-side of them? So that we know that when the games are happening, at least the fishermen and women will pause a little bit of activity, come and watch. Times are there, the General Secretary is here. We used to make proposals and used to make video clips and media. We used to have a media album of newspapers. And you could see the numbers at Lido Beach, and then you go to sponsor. The sponsors see that the game has crowds. But which initiative are you doing to ensure that the local boys in the area are playing? They will bring their brothers, sisters, to come and watch the game. Sponsors and partnerships. When this matter was being discussed, I got an opportunity to look at the Beach Soccer Association, the Beach Soccer Worldwide. I say, who are their partners? I saw one of the partners is, I think, United Nations. Let me see. I took a picture here. They are sponsored by, no, it's not UNICEF. It is United Nations Alliance of Civilization. One of the global partners they have. So you ask, how did they connect with beach soccer? United Nations. It's an international agency, UN agency. Then you ask, what are they doing? Their motto is one humanity and many cultures. They say they aim to improve understanding and cooperation among nations and people across cultures and to reduce polarization at local and global level. It helps to develop more inclusive society in which diversity is experienced as an asset. As Beach Soccer Association, have you tried to entice the refugee communities, for instance? Because if you entice the refugee community to form a team or to go and play a tournament, you can go to a United Nations agency responsible for this. Try to sell your idea, because you are also trying to match their goal, inclusivity, the refugees and what have you. So I'm just trying to entice you, there should be now a think tank now, thinking how can we bring, of course we shall have a sponsor who demand to come and give you money and sell more. When you go back to Pepsi, you ask your question, you are bringing me to beach soccer, how is it going to help me to sell more bottles? Of course you have to show numbers. Then when you do an initiative like that, that has an attachment to a goal of an organization, then you could say that we are promoting the same, we are within the same line. Same lines of, objectives. So you can also get some support there. For an international agency, that budget of yours is nothing. You can do a tournament with them, and out of the tournament, you are leveraging some funds to also support other activities. I'm just now enticing these young brains who are here. You people, for us, we started the game, but now we are old. So you've played, now you are in this new generation. You have to think, where is the money coming from? There's a young man there who are showing me some IT platform, you know. You want to bring fantasy, beach soccer, where, you know. These are the things of this generation. So what are we doing? By then, beach soccer used to thrive on HR and talent. And the chairman mentioned the secretariat has been there. HR, people used to give in the all, you know, giving you all your effort and what you can do. I remember when we sat, we designed this logo with chairperson. We were saying, no, here, change here, change here, change, add this one. So we are using our talent and our energy. Now it's high time people who are here use your HR and now strategies, because sponsorship, those lines, companies giving money is now hard. So we need to tap on your HR, your energy, but also your strategies, your initiative. Thinking out of the box. What can we do? If we do beach soccer for schools, yes, that is grassroots development. But what can we do to ensure that we attract either company coming in because it has an attachment to the goal you are doing? Can we go to a women organization, say, because we play beach soccer for women, you know? Can we try to link the dots, you know? It's not my time to speak. I was just given a few minutes to speak to you as an old member of the clan, and I'm happy, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity for me to speak and being here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ali Mwebe. It has been a very long journey. You know how you have moved with this game. You and Mr. Katavira in the area of referee and capacity building programs. You have really contributed greatly in that area. Now, allow me invite our chief guest to also bring us the message from the former president and also his personal remarks. And he is also actually a very good friend of Beach Soccer Association, and they have always graced our. You see, when the members of FUFA are going to do their AGMs, then they ask, which EXCO member do you want to be on your AGM? Then I said, for us, we don't change a winning team. Ronnie is available. We'll always be there for Beach Soccer. So, Sarongo by skill, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chairman. You know, speaking to Beach Soccer Association is not the easiest. More so when the chairman and the FIFA consultant have just spoken. It's not easy. But on a serious note, from the side of FIFA, I come in to present the president of FIFA, who is well aware that this General Assembly is going on, and I'm thinking he has been following on FIFA TV. But when I asked him, I'm going to Beach Soccer Association to represent you, what should I say? Give me a speech. He was like talking to the technical master plan, because that is what we want to deliver. But that said, I will take the opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, to congratulate you, Chairman, and the new executive for a new mandate. We need to clap for ourselves. And secondly, for Beach Soccer Association getting a new delegate, Mr. Chiwalabi, if I'm right. And this is my genuine feedback to the association that, you know, like Mr. Mwewe said, since 29, the association has been growing. And in terms of governance, for us who understand the football governance side of the game, it is literally that the association now has 3 representatives, both in the executive organ and the General Assembly. That's a big plus. Ladies and gentlemen, the game of football is looking for administrators. Actually, for us who have been given that task, we find that the people who are trying to help the game are a few in terms of numbers. So we need to improve these numbers. So when I come here and find this General Assembly, the way it is running, I am very sure that, Chairman, you're nurturing a good team that will take us forward, not only at national level, but even at the region. That said, ladies and gentlemen, this sport is growing. And when I talk about the sport, I mean football, beach soccer, and futsal, because that's what our mandate calls for, to develop the 3 forms of football. And in 2023, we launched the technical master plan, where we all fit. And Chair, what I do not see is the association utilizing the fruits of the technical master plan, because there are quite a number of programs in there that the association needs to leverage on, in terms of capacity building programs, but also in terms of the other equipment that the game needs. For example, in the area of medical, but also in the area of ICT. It is not easy to speak to people after they have just had their meal. But the message I'm bringing to the Assembly is that as a federation, we tailored a bid that brought CHAN and AFCON. Now that CHAN is done, we need to maximize and ensure that during AFCON, we have the tournament, but it leaves behind a lasting legacy. And why am I saying so? Is because we can all benefit out of this tournament if we know very well how we can create a gap in one way or another. Mr. Chairman and members of the Assembly, I want to inform this Assembly that we do not take special interest groups lightly. We have 8 special interest groups. I happen to chair one of them, but I want to confess that you have had a very good AGM. That does not mean that ours will be bad, because it is yet to come. But a good thing, my vice chair and CEO of the Uganda Football Referees Association happen to be members, Mr. Katavi and Mr. Hilary Chimugu. So we have also copied from what you're doing, but this is why you are here. You are here because of the patience of the leadership of the association that started in 2009. Today, you are proud of an executive member of FUFA, Mr. Deo Mutabazi. And I will tell you the fruits out of that. After Mr. Deo Mutabazi being identified to join the executive committee of FUFA, he has been given a big task of making sure that one of the pillars we want to deliver during this term of office, which is stakeholder engagement, happens. And is doing it very well, both internally and with our external stakeholders. And what does the internal mean? It means all of us who are involved in the game. But how about those that we want to beckon into the game? And this is how he has done it. For the last sittings, Mr. Mutabazi has sat in the executive committee of FUFA whenever he's given an opportunity to speak, he reminds the executive of beach soccer. And everybody in the executive reminds Mr. Mutawazi that it is not only beach soccer, it is football, beach soccer, and football. What am I'm trying to say that Mr. Mutawazi has passion to advocate. He actually forgets that when we get to the executive committee, we leave our associations out and we deliberate on behalf of the entire game. But at moments I've been following, at several moments when he tries to speak, he says, but Mr. President, how about beach soccer? How about beach soccer? And these are the fruits that have come out of that. Number one, like Mr. Mwewe said, the executive committee has taken the decision to register the national team for the Africa qualifiers. I think that's a very good addition. The executive committee has also agreed, after myself and Mr. Mutawazi proposing to the executive committee, to discuss with the Entebbe municipality to give us a piece of land around Ua so that we can have a beach soccer facility on a project we want FIFA to fund. So we have talked to FIFA, FIFA has accepted. We are in discussions. Actually, a few weeks ago, I went with Mr. Mutawazi, maybe spoke about it before I came. We met the mayor of the Entebbe municipality, who gave us a technocrat who is working with our team to make sure that this piece of land is acquired. And that is one of the big projects that we want to have. But at the same time, we said we want privilege of AFCON. And we have discussed with Mandela National Stadium to say, as you continue to rebuild the stadium for AFCON, consider at least a simple pitch for beach soccer. And we have had those discussions with the management of Mandela. So in terms of facilities, we are trying as the executive committee of FIFA to find where to play from. Because even if we shall have these, even if we had these boardroom meetings several, when the game is not on ground, then there is nothing that nothing tangible that we are putting in place. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, we are trying to build the commercial value of this game of football, beach soccer, and futsal. And how are we doing it? Right from the start, we've been talking about sponsorship. I'm thinking that sponsors are getting tired of every sport knocking on their door. So as FIFA, we have changed tactic and started reaching out to other potential donors. And these ones are called development partners. And those that follow the game of football, just this week that is ending, we have just launched a consortium that puts together government, FIFA, UNDP, UNESCO, and other partners to make sure that we have a lasting legacy on AFCON. And these development partners are bringing in a lot of resources. So had we thought of Pepsi, Nile Breweries, and others, we would miss an opportunity of working with development partners. So I want to urge the association also to think in that direction. There is quite a lot of money outside the so-called corporate world. And I'll give the last example, which is government programs. Ladies and gentlemen, beach soccer is very powerful to associate with government. Very many people are going to government and saying, we want support here and there. How can TikTokers get 5 billion and beach soccer is not getting? So we also need to think through. I'll give you an example of the Ministry of Gender. They have a lot of programs that if we sat down and wrote a proposal, they can come in and fund our game. So it's not all about the corporate world only. You need to look at the development partners, but also government programs. I didn't want to say government in particular, but the government different programs that we have that we can leverage over and get resources for the game. Otherwise, when we sit here and approve budgets of 30, 40, 50, 100 billion, it's too little for this game. I believe we need to sit in an assembly where we are approving a budget of 2, 3, 4, 5 billion. And this can be done. So, Mr. Chairman, I believe you have a strong team that can look at the new trends of how things are moving. So we can, let us move away from these corporate world companies. We check the development partners. They're, like Mr. Mwebe talked about you and something. These are people who want to associate with us. They are looking for what activity to inject in resources. But for us, because we are inclined on to, can I have Pepsi, can I have Nirvana, then they will not come to us. We need to get to their doors and then find the resources. So with those few words, allow me once again to congratulate you for having held a successful assembly and pray that we have a fruitful year under the new leadership. Thank you very much.
Omugenyi tumwongere obugalo. Ogwokubiri ati Essaalongo. Kakati, on the same note, now the innovative of our player who wanted to make a few presentation here, we can give him 5 minutes, 1.5 minutes to come and take us through. Then we have one remaining item and then we conclude our AGM. So, Sebagala Jango mutware microphone is here. Jawo computer yo ne bojigira ko dala.
Good evening. I'm Simon Peter Chidjo, the Motola Beach Soccer Club player, and I'm an IT officer working for Ketu Telecom. I really recognize the protocol and appreciate the opportunity given to me. I want to also congratulate the chair on this milestone and the finance being delegated. With me here, I have a simple presentation. I don't know if we are all familiar with the Premier League fantasy game. Anyone familiar with Premier League fantasy game? Okay, so we all know the big league, that is Premier League. In England, they happen to have a product called the fantasy game. Here we find millions of people all over the globe going on to subscribe and play this game. There are numerous things when you come to this game. So players, like fans, normal fans, go on and log onto this platform. They choose their teams they support. They go on to select players they love. They select from goalkeepers to the strikers. Then they enjoy the game as they support in that way. So you go on and have a goalkeeper from a different club. You add on a defender from a different club. Then you make that team of yours. It's a dream team. Then they go on to play and they get you the scores. At the end of the game day, you find the best performing more of a virtual coach. So being aided by Mr. Tony Sebagala and manager Kalema Steven, they thought of us having the same. So they thought of having the UBSA Fantasy League, because we thought that we can also have the same locally for us. That's the FUFA Beach Soccer League fantasy game, whereby we have our teams, Motola, Kampala City, Mobs. They go on to have all players and all teams embedded here. People go on to sign up, they create their own teams, and after signing up, they go on to select players. There are rules to this game. You can't have more than 3 players from a given team. Then there is a budget you have to spend. For example, you can't have 3 players from Kampala City. You can't have 3 players from Motola. So you go on to pick like 2 from Kampala City, 2 from Motesa, 2 from Mobs. Then you make your team and you get scores after these players performing. This is how it looks inside. You go on to, you can create an account from here. So this is how it looks inside. Looks like inside. We have a budget here. You go on to have this budget and you buy players. This is how it looks. We have our formations as per that team. Of course, we know it's supposed to be 5 players on the pitch. You have your goalkeepers, the defenders, and other players. The pitch is well formatted like that. We have substitutes here. You can do transfers. All players are valued based on the data we get. You have all players from the league as licensed. You have them there. You go on to make transfers from a given team to your virtual team. After you sorting them out, you go on and play the game. So this is, let me say, game day 1. After this game week, we also go on to another game week. We have leagues, private leagues and the global ones. It's not that you're going to play with everyone. Yes, everyone is on, but you can make a small cocoon of, let me say, 5 people. You have your team, you call it maybe the bad boys, something like that. You have Motola in, and like you select your team. You have your Motola players here, you have your Kampala State players, you have your Mobs players. You go on and create that team of yours and you play against your friends. So at the end of the day, within your cocoon, you have a leading player, like within your friends. Then you also have the global one for all users on the platform. So we believe here people go on to enjoy and actually follow up the league more. It's not more of passive. You understand the players in all other teams. You go follow the game instead of just watching and seeing results. You go on, you take your time to get and sort your team so that you also compete and get everything. Then we have another module which is nice. It's more of quiz. We have quiz here embedded on the platform. For example, who scored most goals last season? It can be a quiz whereby you answer that quiz and you get a badge. We have badges here. What we are trying to do is to gamify the platform so that it doesn't bore. Just like you go onto a media platform and read news. You come onto this platform, you get your badge after winning a given quiz, and yeah, you move. Things like that. We also have a chat on the platform. Instead of going off the platform to chat with another one, you can chat with your friends or other people on the platform by writing messages to them still in the platform. We don't want you to leave the platform. You enjoy the game, you follow the game, and all stakeholders enjoy. Briefly, that is it.
Thank you so much. Indeed, Armwebe made it earlier clear that the future is here. So we are seeing the future. Thank you so much for your presentation. The team will continue to engage you and see how to make it more interesting. And at least I know you are one of the beach soccer players who understand that field very well. Thank you so much. You may take your seat. So now going forward, our next item on the agenda, Mr. General Secretary, we are to do the appointment of the UBSA disciplinary panel members for this assembly to approve the names of the people that are going to be handling our disciplinary issues internally before the first instance court before going to FUFA. So the DPC, the CDP is an independent judicial body that works independently and chaired by a non-executive member of the association with his or her members that will be handling matters of disciplinary nature of the association that are competitive in nature from competitions, and the appeal goes direct to the FUFA disciplinary panel. So this is the first instance court. So the chairman, for the names that I want this AGM to approve, Mr. Senfuma Timothy is the chairman of the big soccer disciplinary panel. He will be deputized by Hajat Aisha Bakari. Hajat Aisha Bakari. Then members with vast experience, Mr. Katabira David Davis, Ms. Tukahiro Rachel, and Mr. John. So that is the big soccer display panel that works in line with the judicial bodies. All matters of competition's nature are all handled by this team. So on that note, open for me the agenda of the day. Our next item on the agenda, votes on proposals for amendments of the statutes. Dear members, we have no amendment proposals to discuss in this AGM, so it's non-applicable. Then, unanimous. I've been advised that the members mentioned have been approved by unanimous resolution. So they are now ready to begin their duties today. Someone would propose that someone should propose. Give me the sentence that propose and then we'll move forward. Chairman.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sentence Muhammad and my names. And I propose.
Okay, unanimous approval. Thank you so much. We have the CDP in place. The next is discussions or proposals submitted by members of Executive Committee. We don't have any, non-applicable. Then appointment of the independent auditors. We also, our auditors still going on, the tenure is still going on. Then election, no, this one was the one done earlier. Then finally is the closing ceremony of the closing remarks. So that remarks. Before you, first of all, I want to thank you for attending the 13th AGM of Uganda Beach Soccer Association and for also being wonderful delegates in this assembly. Thank you so much. I want also to thank you for your stewardship and resilience in keeping the game of beach soccer growing in spite of the challenges that hit the game, right away starting with the displacement of us from Lido Beach by the water, the COVID, and still the inadequate infrastructure, but we insisted and kept the game growing up to this day. Thank you so much for being wonderful people. I want to thank the FIFA representative and also to give him the information, take our vote of thanks, the FIFA president, Engineer Moses Magogo, for supporting beach soccer activities, and most particularly to have returned the Sand Queens on the African stage. Our Sand Queens last stepped in sand in 2022 in a place called Vilanculos, Mozambique. So since that time, our head coach was a player, and now he is the head coach. So you can see it has been much time since the team has appeared in Africa. And you know, with beach soccer, each year you don't play, your rankings go on going down. As I'm talking, we are the highest ranked nation in East, Central, and Southern Africa, but they have overtaken us for not participating in continental competitions. So now, since Engineer has returned us back, there is no retreat and no surrender. We have come back and we want to terrorize Africa. So finally, I'm calling upon all of you. Very soon, the Executive Committee of UBSA will be sitting to approve the standing committees. I'm requesting our members to submit to us the names of persons from their members whom they feel will serve on the UBSA standing committees, which are going to be the critical point where we want the game to begin, starting in terms of planning. So with those few remarks, I want again to thank all of you in general for being here and dedicating all this time to ensure that this AGM becomes a success. With those few remarks, allow me to declare the AGM closed with your permission. Thank you so much. And finally, I will hand over the microphone to General Secretary to give us other housekeeping issues. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chairman, for running a very successful assembly. Our chief guest, a very good speech and very innovative ideas, as well as the FIFA consultant, also very good speech and very on point proposals. We are going to have a photo session. We shall first have members of the executive together with the chief guest outside at the veranda there, and then we shall have the group photo as well. Then after that, I think members shall be approaching the finance director to handle all matters finance. It's been a pleasure having you all and seeing you. Thank you so much. And okay. So I've been advised there have been some changes. So the group photo is going to be, we're going to take it from inside the hall. So we don't need to move out. The technocrats have advised how they will do their thing. I'm told they have filters. Don't worry, the filters are there. Everything is there. from Tony himself, the goat.
Thank you. And let's humble ourselves for a word of prayer. Creator of heaven and earth, loving Father, we thank you for this moment. We thank you for this special day and the gift of life you've given unto us all. We thank you for all deliberations that have gone on throughout the day. We pray, Father, you embrace them for this game as everyone is planning their way. We pray your will be done. We pray your blessing to go with each and everyone who has been in this planning, in this hall today. The people that made the food, the people that have been on the cameras, the people that have chaired, everyone that has done any activity, please, Lord, bless them and their families. As we go back, Lord, we pray for protection and a divine surrounding upon each step every one of us is going to take. We bless your name, we glorify you, in Jesus' name.